Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Nasional, Head of the Communication Studies Program, Universitas Nasional, distinguished speakers, Dr. Siti Suryani Othman from Islamic Science University of Malaysia, Professor Marco Malinopolo from the La Salle University, Das Marinas, Philippines, Mr. Wilson Vega from Bogota, Colombia, and all esteemed conference participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to Almighty God, for by His grace we are able to gather at this international conference organized by the Communications Studies Program, addressing the highly relevant theme, the global dynamic of Generation Z through digital communication. As we know, Generation Z, those born between 1997 and 2012, have emerged as key actors in the digital communication revolution. They not only consume technology, but also create some cultures, social norms, and even transform global political and economic landscape. In this context, today's conference aims to map the digital behavior of Gen Z across different regions of the world. Secondly, analyze the impact of the digital communication on their identity, education, and social participation. And third, discover creative solutions to challenges such as misinformation, polarization, and the digital divide. We are truly fortunate to learn directly from the international expert present today, who will share unique perspective from Southeast Asia, Latin America, and global context. The role of the communication studies in the disruptive era. The Communication Studies Program at Universitas Nasional recognizes that Gen Z dynamics reflect the future of communication. There are generations that prefer interacting via TikTok, example over face-to-face communication. Utilize a social media as tool for advocacy. Face dilemma between privacy and digital existence. Through this conference, we hope to foster cross-cultural dialogue to understand how the Gen Z in Malaysia, the Philippines, Colombia, and Indonesia respond to this change. We believe today's meeting is not merely about sharing insight, but also about strengthening academic network between Universitas Nasional and partner institutions, designing collaborative research on Z and digital transformation. And third, developing adaptive curricula to meet the needs of future generation. To our distinguished speaker, thank you for your valuable contribution. To all participants, let us make the most of this session to question, debate, and reflect together. In conclusion, allow me to quote Marshall McLuhan, "We shape our tools, and thereafter our tools shape us." Gen Z is living proof of this paradox. They create digital platform, yet are also shaped by them. Let us delve deeper into this dynamic to build more humans communication in digital age. Enjoy with our conference today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. The delegates of the conference, I'm Dr. Siti Suryani Osman from University Science Islam Malaysia. So I would like to present the presentation here for today, and I will share my screen first. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the committee of the ISCE conference. Thank you so much for having me in this conference. And I'm going to present a paper entitled From Media Literacy to Digital Resilience, how Malaysian Gen Z can navigate disinformation and harassment. So basically, when we're talking about Gen Z, they are all digital natives. Yeah, we can say that almost all of them. Yes. So what does that do? What does this mean? It means that basically they are exposed to constant online risk. So example, we can see that in the case of fake health tips on TikTok, it was during 2020-21, as if inhaling steam is possible to kill COVID-19. And then they are also exposed to online sexual harassment on Instagram as well. So those are some examples. So it is not easy to face this. So what happened is we argue that we have to move beyond media literacy. Not only media literacy, but we have to go beyond that, which is digital resilience. So the focus of this presentation would be how Gen Z in Malaysia can survive online disinformation and harassment. And I think the information that I'm going to share would be useful as well for Gen Z in Indonesia. Okay, so in the Malaysian context, we can see that based on the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission, MCMC, in 2020, 97% of the Gen Z are basically possible to have internet penetration. So they are exposed to TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and because of this, they receive abundance of information, so they struggle to differentiate between fake and real news. So how do we so what are the problems that are faced by our Gen Z in Malaysia? So the first problem is disinformation. This information can be spread by influencers, politicians, and also users. And some viral topics include vaccines, race, and also politics. And we know about algorithm, and algorithm rewards speed actually, but not necessarily truth. So that is in fact one of the most important challenges that we're having currently. And the second problem is online harassment. This includes cyberbullying, body shaming, and doxing, and also threats. So that's the definition of doxing provided over there. For those who are not so sure what doxing is, it is the act of publicly revealing someone's private or personal information online without the consent of that person. So this is often with the intent to, of course, not a positive one, and a negative all the time, intent to harass, to threaten, or also to shame. So based on UNESCO 2022, 73% of young women in Asia is affected with online harassment. So this affect them in terms of psychological impact, and also it relates with mental health concerns as well. So when we argue in the earlier part of the presentation that media literacy is the foundation to defend our Gen Z with all the problems that we have seen just now. We go to media literacy first, but because after that we argue that media literacy is the foundation, but beyond that, we go to digital resilience. Okay, so let's go to media literacy first. So this is what we call the first defense. So media literacy is basically to be critical in understanding the media, not receiving and then you are happy with what you receive. Yeah, that's all. No, we have to be critical with the content that we receive from the media. Okay, that is generally what media literacy is. So the core skills in doing this is to verify sources, detect bias, yeah, and also analyzing content. So in Malaysia and at the national level, we have some initiatives, yeah, by the by the government. Yeah, so it includes Klik dengan Bijak and also some basic school modules that we have. So Klik dengan Bijak is a program by Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission, MCMC. So they have various programs here, such as interactive quizzes, crossword puzzles, and workshops, and also school outreach to educate users or the students um, um, related to media literacy. Yeah, so they are also open, yeah, to discuss, yeah, and to be exposed with topics related to internet safety, privacy settings, phishing, and also cyberbullying. And also, there are some schools, yeah, that have actually started to integrate media literacy components into their curriculum, teaching students basically how to critically evaluate online content, also how to recognize bias, and to practice responsible sharing as well. Okay, so let's go to the next stage, that is called digital resilience. So basically, we argue here that media literacy itself is a very good, important foundation, but we have to have this backup or a more advanced level of defending ourselves, especially the Gen Z, because of so many threats, yeah, online that we are facing now. So we go to the next one, which is digital resilience. So basically, digital resilience is the ability to learn how to recognize, to manage, yeah, and to recover from online risk, which includes cyberbullying, disinformation, and also privacy violations through a combination of emotional, social, technical, and critical thinking skill. So we need this, yeah, because we have like so many threats that we don't have to face before, especially if you are at my age, yeah, so a bit old, yeah, so not the Gen Z, of course. So it is our challenge is different. Gen Z challenges are different, yeah. So now the Gen Zs are threatened by cancel culture, trolling, and also deepfakes, something that we don't have. When I was 20, we don't have this threats, yeah, before. Cancel culture, so what is it? And basically, the social practice of publicly calling out, boycotting, yeah, or withdrawing supports from individuals, brands, or institutions. So basically, all of this, yeah, it is often done and performed online. Yeah, to include, for example, Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram. So those are the behaviors or activities, yeah, that are done, yeah, which is called the cancel culture. Trolling as well. Yeah? Trolling is to intentionally posting inflammatory, offensive, or provocative messages online, and with, of course, the aim is not positive, yeah, to provoke reactions, to upset others, yeah, and also to disrupt conversations. And also deepfake is the manipulation, yeah, where the AI is used to basically um, uh, um, imitate, yeah, as if everything is very similar to the person who is being imitated. So all this, yeah, we don't have this before, and because of all these different activities that contribute to negativity, basically, we can say, if it is not used to positivity, it will lead to a lot of negative things, and the impact is much more um, high, yeah, as compared to during our time before we don't have deepfake. Yeah, so that's the reason why we feel that digital resilience is very, very important. Yeah, besides media literacy alone. So these are some of the traits, yeah, of digitally resilient Gen Z. First is to become come under viral pressure. Second is to understand when to unplug and then able to use reporting or muting blocking tools, and also to practice safe, ethical digital habits. So those are some important traits of digitally resilient Gen Z. And then we suggest some strategies at individual level, where it is not difficult, but if we don't do it, um, it won't be something that can become a culture. So at individual level, it is important for us to start to do this. So what we should do is pause before sharing, practice digital hygiene, build empathy and also self-regulation, and protect boundaries and personal data. Okay, so that are some of the strategies we suggest at individual level. And for the Muslims, we have this formula that we are I'm suggesting, which is the TAA formula. T stands for taqwa, the first A it stands for adab, and the last final A stands for amanah. So if we follow this TAA formula, basically it means that we are putting ourselves and reminding ourselves not to do something bad, even online, offline, or online, because Allah always watches. Allah is always watching, and that is the foundation as a Muslim, which we are always God conscious that God is watching. So whatever we do, including online behavior, God is also watching us. So this can be translated into ethical digital habits, because we know that everything is being seen. So we can avoid gossip, we can avoid slander, and also avoid or ensure that whatever information that we want to share, we have to verify first, or tabayyun. The second A, the first A, or the T in the TAA formula is adab, or the ethical or the etiquette of use. So basically, when we use something, including something online, whatever online tools, we have to practice with good adab or manners. So this includes using respectful language, avoiding trolling, and being moderate in screen time. And digital spaces like physical ones require akhlaq, of course, which is the moral conduct rooted in Islam's teachings on dignity, mercy, and justice. And the third one in the TAA formula is amanah, or the trust and responsibility. We have to remember that every action online, we understand that every action offline is an amanah. We have to also understand that every action online is still an amanah or a trust. Yes, so when we share information, we manage personal data, and when we interact with others online, so that should reflect trustworthiness, which is a core value in Islam. So Gen Z Muslims are reminded that their digital footprints are part of their accountability, in the hereafter. Everything is counted and it's going to be counted later in the hereafter. So that is the formula, the easy formula for the Muslims to follow here when you want to go for being a responsible person at individual level, to ensure that we can go and being clean in terms of what we practice online and what we post online, and the impact to those people who read. And the strategies at institutional and media is, of course, at schools level, we go for practice-based literacy. And at universities level, we go for digital ethics and well-being. And at media organization level, we go for proactive debunking and also engaging Gen Z audiences. Okay, so as the conclusion, we argue that media literacy is the foundation to ensure that we are critical with the information that we receive from the media, be it the mass media, be it the social media. But we argue that digital resilience is the future. So we have to be digitally resilient, especially the Gen Z. If you want to be digitally resilient, you have to be ethical at the same time, and also give positive impact on your online activities to yourself and also to other people. And then collaboration between individuals, institutions, and media is really important in order for us to ensure that there is a positive online environment to our Gen Z in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. So these are some of the references used. And thank you so much for listening. My email is written over there. So if you have any questions, I'm so happy to answer. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Salam sejahtera.
A pleasant day to everyone. Mabuhay from the Philippines. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this international seminar on communication exposure. And my topic today is about digital storytelling for cultural preservation. The role of PR professionals in shaping narratives across cultures and communities. I am Marco Polo. I'm with De La Salle University Das Marinas in the Philippines. So let's dive into the topic. Let me first discuss here that the importance of us now living in the digital era, wherein storytelling has evolved as a powerful tool for cultural preservation, promotion, and development. For public relations, PR plays an important role in shaping how these narratives are discussed and presented across different platforms all over the world. What is the importance of cultural preservation, you may ask? All of us, we come from a particular source and origin. If we are asked what makes us global citizens, what makes us Indonesian, Filipino, or citizens of the ASEAN region, we are able to express this and explain this through our cultural beliefs and practices. Cultural preservation maintains the identity, traditions, and values of communities. It is an important aspect that we must do in our lives in order to ensure that our identity remains distinct despite living in a globalized world. By doing cultural preservation, it helps us foster understanding, respect, and continuity of our beliefs and practices in a rapidly changing and evolving world. Now, when we talk about digital storytelling and cultural preservation, what is the connection of one with each other? We know that digital storytelling plays a crucial role in preserving cultural heritage across the globe. How? Because digital storytelling captures the moments, captures the stories, captures the narratives, captures our practices that are then preserved in digital format, which can then be utilized, which can be created and co created, disseminated, and transformed into different formats. In regions like the Philippines and Indonesia, public relations professionals leverage technology to share stories that resonate with local communities, while also reaching international audiences. You have seen movies, music, art created by Indonesians and Filipinos probably that have been showcased in different parts of the world. When I was in Jakarta 2 years ago, I visited one of your modern museums. I was surprised to know that there was a Filipino artist there who had an exhibition. Whenever I travel, one of the main things that I do is I try to get to know the culture deeply. And that is through visiting memory institutions like museums. Museums are important repositories of knowledge. They're important repositories that preserve our culture. And nowadays, many museums have also an online presence. In that way, they're able to reach more people because by digitizing their collections, by ensuring that their collections are preserved in digital format, it can be preserved for generations to come. By highlighting our unique traditions and practices through different digital mediums, these narratives not only foster appreciation, but also ensures that our cultural identities will thrive in an increasingly digital world. Now, let us compare traditional PR with digital storytelling. What may you say would be the similarities and differences of the two? Well, traditional uh, PR methods use legacy or traditional media channels to convey cultural stories in an interactive manner with its different audiences. So here you would see platforms like traditional newspapers, radio, television, and even cinema as traditional channels wherein our stories can be told and shared. While digital storytelling techniques leverages on the use of modern platforms to create immersive narratives that resonate with diverse audiences and encourages participation and also engagement. What is the difference? It's basically now the medium and the platforms in which the stories are communicated. While traditional PR methods remain to be relevant, continue to be important, we must be cognizant of the fact that there are now different platforms which we now call paid, earned, shared, or owned media. Remember, peso. Paid are platforms wherein you need to pay for you to be able to access and for you to be able to showcase your content. Earned media are platforms wherein you need to pitch, you need to promote, you need to sell your stories so that it will be picked up by different communication channels and platforms. Shared media are platforms in which we disseminate our content through our partners, through influencers, through our stakeholders, through our friends. And then the last one is owned media, or media that our organization or we ourselves own. Having our own social media accounts allows us to have our own media platforms right now. So remember peso. Now, what is the role of PR in shaping cultural narratives? Public relations professionals help curate and amplify cultural stories by ensuring their authenticity and their relevance. This is where research plays a very important role. Finding out what are the stories that can be told, stories that have yet to be told, stories that need to be told. PR practitioners must also help build campaigns that highlight our heritage, promote inclusivity, especially in an ethno linguistically diverse country like Indonesia and even the Philippines, and engage diverse audiences. As we know, both Indonesia and the Philippines are archipelagic countries, and we share many similarities in terms of our beliefs and practices, but within our own countries. There's a wide variety of cultural practices, of indigenous groups, of local practices that vary from one end to the other end of our country. Now, in terms of case studies in digital storytelling, I'd like to share with you the following and more in the succeeding slides. In the Philippines, we are very conscious about preserving our traditional arts. So there have been public relations campaigns that showcase traditional Philippine arts that have successfully engaged the communities and highlighted their importance through digital storytelling platforms. An example of this is Habi or Weave, not to weave. So it is a network of organizations that promote Philippine weaving, and they have successfully conducted on-site events, virtual activities, and they maintain a very strong digital presence to promote the different weaving traditions of the different indigenous groups of the Philippines. For Indonesia, we have the ecotourism initiatives. Here you see PR practitioners leverage digital narratives that promote ecotourism initiatives. I've seen this firsthand when I visited Bali last year, when I had students with me on an immersion and internship program. In Bali, they celebrate Indonesia's rich biodiversity while raising awareness in conservation efforts and helping preserve and promote local cultures. We experienced this firsthand when we went to a community in Desa Tigawasa and saw how the traditions of the community in coffee farming, in bamboo weaving, and in the different other indigenous practices they have are being preserved as a collaborative effort of the government and the community. Now, in terms of global indigenous voices, around the world, digital storytelling has empowered indigenous communities to share their narratives by fostering a greater understanding and respect for their cultures and preserving their histories. So, here I would like to share with you, in the interest of time, I will not be able to play the videos, but I would invite you to check them out in YouTube if you have some time to look at these different resources and case studies that I will share. From the Philippines, I will share two. First, the one on the left is a program called Local Legends. Local Legends aired in a local news channel, and it featured different kinds of, as you say, local legends, so people in the communities that have achieved legendary status for the different things that they have done for their communities. You would have your people who are weavers, people who are artists, people who are cooks, people who are musicians, and different types of artisans who have created a niche for their own in their different communities. The other show that is now available on YouTube is called Dayao, Our Knowledge and Our Pride. It's a multi-part documentary series that showcases Filipino indigenous culture. There are about 60 episodes that have been produced for Dayao, and it was supported by the Philippines National Commission for Culture and the Arts, ABS-CBN, which used to be our biggest traditional media company, which has transformed itself into a digital storytelling company. It is hosted by the lady you see on screen on the right, by our former Senator Lauren Legarda, a broadcast journalist who turned senator, who has become the face of the show, who advocated for the preservation promotion of Filipino culture. Now, going to other places, the country of Canada, they have produced this Indigenous Voices series, a documentary that showcases the different Indigenous groups in Canada and how their practices have evolved and how their practices are also impacted by what is happening to Canadian society. So this is the documentary that you can also check out on YouTube called Indigenous Voices, produced by the Government of Canada. Finally, as an example, internationally, you have UNESCO, which has established its International Intangible Cultural Heritage page, where you will see here resources. If you go to the UNESCO page, unesco.org, you will see here many resources about how our intangible cultural heritage is being preserved, being promoted, and developed by different countries around the world. In my university, I worked with my students last semester in their subject knowledge management, and we produced several documentaries. These documentaries were turned into podcasts and were aired in our campus radio 95.9 Green FM, which was also live streamed in our Facebook page, in the official Facebook page of the radio station. So it's entitled Noted and Commune, which is a series of podcasts highlighting different local knowledge practices in and around the province where my university is located. So I have here some examples. One is about our sustainability practices. Another one is about a local language called Chavacano. And the one on the lower right is about our superstitious beliefs, which our students created a podcast about. So, what are the challenges and ethical considerations that we must take into account whenever we will engage in digital storytelling? The first one, or the first issue or concern we need to be mindful of, is cultural appropriation. Now, do you know what cultural appropriation is? So, cultural appropriation is basically the adoption or use of elements of an indigenous culture by members of a dominant culture, often in a way that is insensitive, disrespectful, or exploitative. You have here an example of the image here on the left, or lower left of the slide, where you will see here um, celebrities that try to wear indigenous culture costumes for parties and other social events. That's an example of cultural appropriation. The opposite of cultural appropriation is cultural appreciation. So I'm wearing, for example, a woven cloth similar to your batik there, but we call it here barong or barong Tagalog. But this one is made in southern Philippines. So it incorporates indigenous designs from the southern part of my country. Now, the appropriate way to wear this is normally to wear this in informal occasions. You do not wear and use a barong when you're doing sports activities, for example. Or you do not wear a barong and pair it with, for example, shorts. No, that is highly inappropriate. So it's best to be worn with pants. The other challenge is misrepresentation, meaning that we are not able to properly show an accurate depiction of the culture, of the practices of the people that we are featuring. And this is where research is very important, fact checking is very important, validation is also very important. Another issue or consideration is digital divide. Not everyone in our countries, both in the Philippines and Indonesia, have access to all digital tools and platforms. Even though mobile phones and the internet are widely used, there are still a minority of people who do not have access to these different gadgets and tools and platforms. So we have to be mindful of the digital divide. Finally, ethical PR requires that we are sensitive to the nuances of the cultures of the people that we are meeting. Let us strive to collaborate with them as our cultural stakeholders and partners whenever we intend to create digital stories and content. And for as long as we are doing it we have to do it responsibly. No? We have to be responsible storytellers so that we do not culturally appropriate or misrepresent. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize, my dear friends and students, that as public relations professionals and practitioners, we must first prioritize authenticity. Whenever we are thinking of creating stories, let us make sure that it is true to its core, to its origin, to what it actually represents, and not try to mislead or misinterpret it. Second is to collaborate with cultural communities as they are important partners and stakeholders in ensuring the accuracy and authenticity of the stories that we will create. Third is we must use inclusive and ethical storytelling practices. Inclusive, for example, is when we tell stories, let us allow it to be told by the people themselves from their perspectives and point of views. Let us also observe ethical storytelling practices, like, for example, respecting privacy, respecting religious sensitivities of those who intend to be as resource persons. We have to make sure that we are respectful of their cultural beliefs and practices. And of course, in the age of digitalization, let us leverage on the different digital tools that are available that can help preserve and promote our cultural heritage. In the Philippines, we used to have a very vibrant film industry, but through years of transition and, I would say, neglect and also abandonment of audiences, we have lost many of these very good films, especially those that were done in the analog format. There were efforts to rescue and preserve and restore some of them, but it takes a lot of resources to do so. And uh, scholars have estimated that we have lost many of our classic films, and many will not be able to be restored anymore because the copies that are existing are beyond rescue. Let it not happen to Indonesian cinema. I hope that you will make efforts as well. There are good efforts of this that are trying to. There are organizations that are trying to help us in our discipline to preserve, but we need more resources, I would say. In closing, I would like to end by saying that every culture has a story worth telling. It will help shape our identities and connect us through our shared experiences and tradition. By embracing digital storytelling, we can preserve our cultural heritage, which will cater to a diverse set of narratives that will help us continue to thrive in our global landscape. With that, I would like to thank all of you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions later during the open forum. Thank you very much. Salamat. Terima kasih.
Yeah, Hi, hi. Good. Thank you so much.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Having
Hello. I'm I'm fine. I'm talking to you from the past. It's still Wednesday here in Colombia.
Hola, buenos días. Hi, good morning. I'm talking to you from Bogota, Colombia, and I am very honored to be one of the people invited to participate today. Uh, we're going to take 15 minutes to give a general view of what this lecture is going to be about, which is specifically the particularities of Gen Z and how it is impacting the way they consume, but they also produce content and information online. Uh, the era this generation has lived in is, above all, an era specifically thought to distribute information, and this generation has that ingrained in their genes. But because at this point probably it doesn't make too much sense to start by defining again what Gen Z is and giving the general scope, I thought maybe we could do this in the form of three questions. So if you agree, this would be the first one for you all. I have no way to get your answers now, but go with me. According to a 2020 McKinsey survey of 16,000 people in Asia, how many hours per day were Gen Z respondents spending on their phones? Take a minute to think about that. How many hours per day were Gen Z respondents spending on their phone? More than 5 hours? More than 6 hours? Or more than 7 hours? Well, I don't know if it would surprise you or not to know that actually, of 16,000 people in Asia, the majority, the 67%, responded they spent more than 6 hours a day. And this is because Gen Zers are the first true digital natives. They are known for working, shopping, dating, and making friends online. The their experience in in the internet is not a separate part of their lives. It's also part of everyday life for them, and they are more and more the generation that is always connected. And this, of course, is not exclusive of them, but they are the ones that best exemplify what it is to uh, go to work connected, go to dating online, entertain themselves online, and even when they go to sleep, some of them, most of them, are also monitoring their health signals. So 67% more than 6 hours. Let's try next question. What percent of TikTok's users are Gen Zers? This should be easy. TikTok is widely acknowledged to be the young social media. Uh, in America, it has been for a long time the center of a very agitated debate. So I give you this question. What percent of TikTok's users are Gen Zers? Well, the answer is up to 60%. TikTok currently rules trends, feelings, and culture for Gen Zers, and they comprise around 6 out of 10 of the app's more than 1 billion users. And this gives not only an idea of the importance of TikTok as a platform, but of what this generation wants to do in the social media landscape. And finally, Gen Zers widely report feelings of climate anxiety. How often do they think about the fate of the planet? This environmental conscience, how do you think it goes? Weekly, daily, or hourly? You got it? Okay. Daily, climate anxiety contributes to an unprecedented behavioral health crisis among Gen Zers, and especially American Gen Zers surveyed report the least positive outlook of any generation. And this is important because it could very easily evolve into some sort of pessimism about the future, which of course is not something we desire. So let's begin. We are going to try to decode Gen Z, and I'm sure you have already heard other participants giving you this information, but very quickly, there must be something special about the first generation that has grown up with the internet and mobile devices as an integral part of their lives. Uh, if we go with a general view, they tend to be more pragmatic and realistic than previous generations, and they value authenticity and direct communication. And for communication, which is what we are going to discuss, um, this is a very important fact. I should have said that before, a journalist, so all my life has moved around the importance of getting right information and distributing right information. So there must be something useful in a generation that values authenticity and direct communication, but also there's the necessity of recodifying the message we send to them. They show great concern about climate change and sustainability. They are more diverse and inclusive than previous generations, and they show greater acceptance of sexual, gender, and ethnic diversity. And also, they seek a clear purpose in their lives, both professionally and personally, and value work that has a positive impact in on the world. In Colombia, as an editor in chief, I have found that this type of people is willing to do the job, but not willing to put it before their personal and professional growth. And I think there's something to admire there, because my generation was the one that would devote completely to the work, and we thought that was admirable. We don't think it anymore. So now let's talk about the rise of the platforms, because the platforms are the spaces this phenomena is occurring. According to Sprout Social Index of this year, almost 90% of Gen Z social media users move between Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, making these platforms the most popular for Gen Zers or Zoomers. This is because Gen Z is a visual generation. And of course, that makes them more likely to use both channels for entertainment and connect it with friends and family. So if you look what Instagram and YouTube and TikTok have in common, it is the visual media. Digging deeper in how they use these platforms, Gen Z consumers report TikTok is their favorite channel to turn for product discovery, closely followed by Instagram, according to last year's content strategy report. The same research shows that they are also most likely to use TikTok and Instagram for staying up to date on the news. And that, of course, comes again into my purview because um, these are, we are going to come back to this, but this is not the type of people that would go to read a newspaper or put some news broadcast on radio when they can use the same cell phone they use for everything else to stay up to date on the news. And Instagram is their preferred platform for customer care. This shows a strong preference for visual and interactive content. And even though it's not what we used to think, they also use Facebook, although, of course, to a lesser extent. And they are also increasingly using platforms like Reddit and Pinterest. So these are the platforms. What do they do there? Well, they use them for product discovery, especially TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. They use them, as I said, for news and events, especially TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. And they use them for customer care. But what I find most interesting is that YouTube remains the type of content Gen Z engages with most, especially long form video. And this is something I think we do we would do well in keeping in mind. So this happens because for this generation, internet is not just a tool, it's an integral part of their lives, deeply woven into their social interactions, in how they learn, how they consume, and even how they think of themselves. They grown up with digital technologies. They don't know an era before this type of technology, and they are comfortable using it and integrating them in every space of their lives. So internet is for them not only a space for self-expression, but space for learning, for social connection, not just a place to say or read something, but a place to do something. And that's why it shouldn't be a surprise that more of half of them uh, make monthly or weekly spontaneous purchases because something they saw on social, and this is a higher figure than any other generation. They are somewhat comfortable buying directly from the networks, and they're most likely to make purchases through TikTok Shop, which is a new type of phenomena that my generation is still trying to decode. I'm thinking you must be familiar with this, so maybe this comes as no surprise. We are witnessing a cultural global shift. These platforms that I have said are crucial for Gen Zers in any space of their lives are forming niche communities that transcend geographical boundaries. These platforms facilitate connections based on shared interests. We have a very good example in K-pop, which is also a transmedia phenomena. It comes from music, but becomes aesthetic. Netflix has just launched a TV animated series, and people in any part of the world can share their codes, their languages, of course, their products, and create actual vibrant communities. And I will give you an example of something very interesting that happened here in Colombia with K-pop, but also gaming, mm, certain type of aesthetic, and even sneaker culture, which is in Colombia very, very strong. Uh, but maybe a little bit contradictorily, this hasn't stopped them for having a constant search for identity. One of the challenges of this generation is forming an independent identity because they inhabit a world of endless possibilities and communities. You can be a professional here, and you can be a fan there, and you can be a troll there. So they must examine the connection between the digital and personal spaces to be able to enjoy communities and this sense of togetherness, but also maintain things like privacy, autonomy, and individuality. The studies to this point are not conclusive, but they suggest the boundaries between the private and the public space are blurring, and this has led to several problems. This is a generation that is in constant fear of being shamed, so they are afraid of losing oh, their privacy. Uh, and they communicate very efficiently with things like memes. Unquestionably, meme culture has shaped how individuals interact with each other. And that's why things like this. I'm sure you recognized it, and it's very effective to communicate in just 1 second what we want to say at the point where we can use it for very serious causes or areas like from making a joke to criticize government inaction on climate change. And yet, of course, this opens the space for fake news. These are very well documented spaces of the misinformation or disinformation that is only going to get worse and worse with the dawn of artificial intelligence. So this leaves us, the ones interested in information, with a lot of challenges. The Gen Z spend considerable screen time, but despite being digital natives, they lack critical media literacy skills, and they are vulnerable to disinformation. Um, I have worked a lot of years in print media, which is dying, especially after the pandemic. But even in digital media, where I work now, we don't know yet that we have the handle of the codes we need to connect with this generation. They are so close because they are connected all the time, and yet they are so far because we have to rethink the way we engage with them. Even if you're a brand or a media outlet or even an individual looking to connect with Gen Zers, which are only going to be more and more important as time passes, we should try to understand this generation's unique values, preferences, and nuanced behavior in this media ecosystem that keeps changing. From platform choice to content style, Gen Zers are looking for genuine community driven interaction, and we would do well in acknowledging that and learning to integrate that to what we're trying to do. I'm sure there's a lot to gain in connecting with this generation, and I thank you very much for letting me give you my view on this topic. Muchas gracias.
Sudah, Dr. Yuri. Prof. Marco is with us. Already online. Prof. Marco, ya. Tak nampak kot. Doktor tak nampak, ya.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, yes. Hello, hello. Yeah, yes. Okay. Terima kasih telah mengundang saya hari ini. Saya Senang berbagi beberapa ide terkait topik dan tema seminar ini. So thank you for having me share some of my thoughts on the topic. And with respect to the question of our young student here, technological tools will continuously evolve and change, but it is up to us, the ones that are using it, on how we will put it to good use. If our intention is to create content that will preserve, promote, and develop our own culture, I think that is the best way in which we can use these technologies. Let us be mindful that these tools will enable us to communicate to a global audience, but we must make sure that we are always rooted on our own cultural identities. For example, if you are creating content for a global audience, it is okay to speak in your native language. There are tools that will help translate it already to other foreign languages. So do not force yourself, for example, to speak in a language that you are not comfortable with, because there are now technologies that can enable us to use these tools to communicate in different languages. So be comfortable with your own skin, be comfortable with your own identity, and use these tools as a means, again, to preserve, promote, and develop your own cultural practices and identities. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Yuri. Thank you, Afifa, for the question. I think for this question, it is, if I don't get it wrong, it is asking about how Gen Z can increase their creativity as well in the digital era. Yeah. And at the same time, making sure that the cultural behavior and the local culture is preserved. So I think in terms of one of the most important strategies, and also ensuring that cultural identity remain there, yeah, is one of the ways is, I think, to embed digital technologies into education as well, so it will go together with education. So I think that's what we are doing as well in Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and also South America, where we always suggest or give, lecturers would give assignments in different forms, including students to submit in digital forms. And I think this is one of the ways that can be used in different levels of education, where we embed digital technologies into educational pedagogy, and it will help to increase creativity of the students, because they have to do it, and they have to do it which is basically rooted in their cultural belief as well. And secondly, I think, is to leverage the digital usage as well, with a lot of platforms that we have now. As Prof. Marco said just now, technologies are there, but it is up to us on how we want to use it. So leverage it to the best, and into with positive impact as well. I think that's from me, Dr. Yuri and Afifa.
It's a very important question, which means it's also a very difficult one, because it goes to the tension, the contradiction uh, of this generation. They inhabit a highly connected world, and they can use unprecedented technology, enable infinite possibilities. But yes, there's a very famous conference from MIT Media Lab where they point that it's easier to move uh, atoms than bits. So if you want to go and buy Fiji water, I can go to a supermarket and buy a bottle of Fiji water, actually water bottle in a very far island, and brought at great cost to my country so I can drink it. And it should be easier, but it is not, to find information about Fiji. There are this idea of a global network, but the network is far from global. There's a dominant language and a dominant agenda. So the only way to create a space for local values, information, and costumes is to put them there. So there's a lot of responsibility in there for new generations. The good news is Gen Z is going to be very soon taking the reins of power, and the chance is already served. But if we want to preserve that, it must go to an active view of technology. We cannot only be consumers of technology, and for our countries, that's the most of what we can do with technology. In Colombia, it's quite easy to find the new iPhone, or the latest AI, but we are not a technology producer country. So when somebody opens an opportunity, that opportunity is the one that's going to create the door to answering the question, preserve the local view and the local approach. For media, for news media, there's a lot of opportunity, because everybody's covering the same news everywhere. So the hyper local news have actually a greater chance of success. So I choose to see it as an opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Chandra, for the question just now. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me, Doctor? Can you hear me? Is the voice clear? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Chandra, for the question just now. Okay, basically, um, we should lodge an official report. Yeah, in Malaysia, currently, what we are facing is most of our Gen Z, they don't really know how to and what to do if they face cyberbullying. That is based on the report from our commission, Multimedia Commission, and also from academic research. I'm not so sure how it is at the level of this kind of awareness in Indonesia. But I think because you asked this question, so maybe we can learn together. Yeah, in Malaysia, we suggest to do reports, to lodge a report to either the police or to our multimedia commission, MCMC. Yeah, so for MCMC, we have a particular number, which is like 999, in the US. So we can call it specifically to lodge a report on whatever kind of cyberbullying that we face in Malaysia, and that will be taken care by the Multimedia Commission. But in Indonesia, maybe you should try to find the official way of how to lodge a report. When you face any kind of cyberbullying, and it is also important for the Gen Z to know that you are being cyberbullied, because some of our students, the Gen Zs, they don't even know that actually they are facing cyberbullied at that moment, for example. So what else to lodge a report. So I think this kind of awareness is really important, because technology is being used every day. So we have to make sure that we are protected in some ways, with this kind of knowledge. I hope that answer the question, Chandra.
Prof. Yuri, I'd like to add something.
Yeah, Prof.
On the left side in
Uh,
the tribune, there is
Dr. Yuri,
one
sorry.
student
Dr.
wants
Yuri,
to
sorry, Doctor.
ask your question. Okay. Yes, please. Say your name
Dr.
and
Yuri, sorry.
to whom you want to address your question.
Ada suara? Okay, simple question untuk for Mr. Wilson Vegas. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Firza Faiz Azhar. I am student at National University. This question is in light with the being brought up, namely Gen Z and creativity. Pertanyaan ini sesuai dengan tema yang dibawa, yaitu Gen Z dan kreativitas. The question is, what gives Gen Z the ability to creativity in digital age? And one more, how does technology affect the way Gen Z express their creativity? Apa yang membuat Gen Z memiliki kemampuan kreativitas yang tinggi di era digital? Dan pertanyaan kedua, bagaimana teknologi mempengaruhi cara Gen Z dalam mengekspresikan kreativitas mereka? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, you have asked your question, all of your question in Bahasa, or you have translated in English?
In English, what gives Gen Z the ability to creativity in digital age? One, and then how does technology affect the way Gen Z express their creativity?
Okay, that's all your question, and you.
Okay, one. Berarti, what gives Gen Z the ability to creativity in digital age? Enough.
It's enough, and
Yes.
then you address to Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, for
Okay.
Mr. Wilson Vegas.
Mr. Wilson Vega. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Wilson, so please answer the question.
Thank you.
You have heard
Mohammed,
the question,
for
yeah?
that question. It's once again it's
Still unmute,
contradictory.
right? I think. Still
on-
mute,
on
yeah?
one hand-
Okay.
On one hand, okay, now you hear me? Thank you very much for the question.
Sorry.
On one hand,
Sorry, Wilson. It is that the voice is not clear. Wait a minute. Panitia ada masalah di Zoom-nya atau gimana? Kenapa?
Hello?
Okay.
No?
But you have unmute, right?
But I am not. Wait.
Gak di mute ya? Okay. Please
Do you hear me
try
now?
again, Wilson.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
I hear your voice. Maybe because you use the gadget. Okay, please go on.
Maybe this comes handy as an example because the great contradiction of Gen Z is that they have the tools, but sometimes the tools are the obstacle. No other generation has had such an excessive technology with such powerful, available, and in many cases free tools for creation and expression. And the ones who are positive about this, I wouldn't be a tech journalist if I wasn't among the optimist ones. Well, we believe this is going to democratize expression, and one of these days, some 14-year-old guy in a garage is going to launch a movie that's going to sweep the Oscars. But that's going to be exceptional. For most of us, the problem is that these enhanced creative tools and these new forms of expression rely on repetitive patterns and actually can curtail creativity. So we are seeing, not yet measuring, worrisome phenomena like attention deficits on over-reliance on technology. Once again, it comes to each of us to fight that, so we don't find a skill gap in this generation. But one thing is for sure, Gen Z is wired from birth to navigate these areas, these arenas, and they can actually successfully, we have seen it, produce beautiful and impactful things. There's a lot of study to do regarding mental health and critical thinking and all of those very necessary skills. But once again, going to the question, what makes this generation different is that they have a disposition that older generations had to learn. They have it almost instinctively. So once again, I think we have to study more this topic, and it comes to governments and academia and events like this to approach this from a critical point of view to find solutions to help them in this goal.
Okay, it's enough. Thank you, Sir Wilson. And then we still have maybe one questioner. Okay, that the ladies over there. Do you want to ask? Someone can give the microphone? Is that okay? Hello? Wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Rihma Rifda Zetira. Di sini langsung pertanyaannya yaitu what are the biggest digital communication challenges for Gen Z today, especially in cross-cultural and cross-national context? Thank you.
Ke siapa? Udah disebut. Ke Dr. Su? Ke siapa? Sebut.
Ke Dr. Su boleh?
Dan itu Prof. Marco.
Dan Prof. Marco ya boleh? Boleh deh.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Su and Prof. Marco, maybe you can answer, and we have still several minutes, maybe just very concise answer. Thank you. Please, maybe from Dr. Su and then followed by Prof. Marco.
Okay, thank you, Rima, for the question just now. What is the biggest digital challenge for Gen Z? I would say some of it is already in my presentation. I would say misinformation is one of the most challenges, one of the biggest challenges that I would say, and also several others that I've mentioned, including cybersecurity threats and also digital inequality. Yes, so those I think, including also privacy and data exploitation. So all these we can say one of the important challenges, yeah, that our Gen Z should be aware of wherever you are, yeah, whether you are in Indonesia, Philippines, South America, that we have to have some knowledge related to that, so that we can function and apply technology for the benefit of ourselves and the society, rather than being threatened, yeah, by technology. I think that's from me. Very fast one. Prof. Marco might add to that. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Rima and Dr. Yuri.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Prof.
I'd like
Marco.
to share my thoughts on this. Apart from what has been mentioned already on misinformation, disinformation, and we have to be conscious that there is still a digital divide. No, access to technology is not the same, even in all our countries. There are people who are still digital laggards. So that is one main issue. The other is, of course, on mental health. You probably are familiar with this because of its impact during the pandemic. So the mental health plays a very big role in affecting our behavior. You know, many experience anxiety, depression, and then self-doubt, even in the use of these different technologies. For those of you who are already working or about to do your internship, you also need to be aware of meeting expectations of the workplace, and you have to balance it with reality. Many workplaces now are heavily digitized. They use a lot of these tools, but for those who are not, you're expected to also adapt and be willing to adapt to the different situation. The last thing I'd like to mention about issues confronting the Gen Zs would be climate change, the climate anxiety. There's a lot of uncertainty on what is going to happen to our planet as global warming continues to, our global temperature continues to increase. So this is really going to affect many aspects of our lives. So it is something that we must be conscious of. Your generation is very much aware of this and you're very much willing to take action. So I hope that we will all collectively try to work together to use this technology for social good. That is my main point here probably. All of these tools, they're very useful, but we have to use it for good. We have to use it to address our global challenges together in our different communities, and we need to collaborate with partners here and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Professor Marco. And thank you to all the speakers for their informative and inspiring presentation, and also in the Q&A session. Thank you for our participants for your thoughtful questions and attention. It is very insightful for us. Please give applause, audience, to our distinguished speakers. Maybe I can conclude from their presentation. I can conclude 3 points. First is media literacy is a foundation resilience in the future. And then the second one is leverage digital tools to preserve and promote cultural heritage. And then the third one is Gen Z is a digital generation. Whenever want to connect to them, should be understand the generation unique value, and this is what I get from their presentation, and it is very, very interesting. We truly appreciate the time and knowledge shared in this session to all 3 distinguished speakers. We hope this session of seminar had provided valuable insights and spark further discussion in your field, my students, and enjoy the rest. And then we will move the next session. But so for this session, we wraps up our session, and then please, audience, join me in giving a big round of applause to all of our speakers. Kenapa? Oh, oke, oke. Please, Dr. Su, Prof. Marco, and Sir Wilson, please still stay with us because we will have a photo together with the lecturers. Teman-teman dari dan juga dari panitia silakan ya barangkali ya. Boleh Ibu silakan. Ya. Di bawah enaknya gimana? Oke, wait a minute. Di atas apa di bawah? Di atas saja. Oke. Oke, still stay with us. Nanti ya. Iya, silakan aja. Ini lecturer dulu kan? Panitia enggak itu deh? Lecturer aja kan? Oke.
Untuk
Bapak,
para
Ibu dosen.
peserta yang tadi bertanya dimohon untuk maju ke depan untuk sesi foto bersama dengan para pemateri dan moderator dengan membawa goodie bag tersebut. Itu gimana?
Still stay with us once more for photo. Please, our speaker, please stay with us in the Zoom.
Untuk para peserta yang tadi bertanya dimohon untuk maju ke depan untuk melakukan foto sesi bersama. Untuk para semua mahasiswa dimohon untuk berdiri untuk melakukan sesi foto bersama dengan para pemateri.
Untuk seluruh hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri dari kursinya. Terima kasih. Untuk para
Bu Jujur mau bicara? Enggak? Oh, udah. Oke,
Untuk
thank you for all speakers, distinguished speakers. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Su atas bergabung dengan kami thanks for joining with us, for all of you. Thanks, terima kasih Dr. Su and Professor Marco Polo. Salamat po. It is in Tagalog. Because I learned there in 2 years. I have been there. And then Sir Wilson, muchas gracias from Jakarta to Bogota.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for all of you. Thanks. Okay, and oh gitu. Oh, sebelum saya kasih ke itu, apa saya itu aja, saya kasih ke sekarang kendali ke. Oke, tapi saya tutup dulu ya. Ini, saya kasih kendali ke MC dulu.
Sama foto pematerinya juga.
Waduh, udah keluar ya. Udah keluar, iya tadi lupa. Saya pikir itu. Udah deh, sama itu aja deh, sama saya aja.
Mereka.
Nanti aja deh. Ini jadi mau foto dulu, tapi bareng saya sama Bu Meranti aja ya. Okay, I think that's the wraps up of our first hour session with Dr. Su, Prof. Marco, and also Sir Wilson. And then I now return the proceeding to our MC. Jadi saya sudah menyelesaikan tugas untuk sesi yang sebelumnya dengan Dr. Su, Prof. Marco, dan juga dengan Mr. Wilson Vega. Dan sekarang saya ingin mengembalikan dulu kendali acara kepada MC. Silakan MC. Terima kasih banyak kepada rekan-rekan semua.
Untuk para peserta yang sudah bertanya, silakan maju ke depan untuk mendapatkan hadiah.
Ya. Thank you to the speakers for sharing insightful knowledge with us. And thank you to Dr. Yuri Alfrin Aladin as the moderator for leading this presentation session.
Terima kasih kepada pemateri yang telah memberikan ilmu yang bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Dan kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Yuri Alfrin Aladin selaku moderator yang telah memimpin sesi pemaparan materi ini. Para hadirin yang kami hormati, setelah kita menikmati sesi acara yang menarik, sekarang waktunya kita bersenang-senang sebentar ya. Siap nggak?
Betul sekali, karena kita akan masuk ke sesi game seru dari IC 2025. Dan ini bukan games yang biasa, karena hadiahnya luar biasa.
Sebelum sesi games dimulai, kalian udah pada tahu belum jargon IC 2025?
Kayaknya belum ada yang tahu nih. Langsung aja kali ya kita coba jargon IC 2025. 1, 2, 3. Connecting the world, one message at a time. Kayaknya kurang semangat nih.
Kita ulang sekali lagi ya. 1, 2, 3. Connecting the world, one message at a time. Sekarang waktunya kita ke sesi games berikutnya. Permainannya adalah temukan pita di bawah kursi kalian.
Iya betul, tanpa kalian sadari di bawah kursi kalian itu ada pita dan kami bakal kasih hadiah jika di bawah bangku kalian itu ada pita.
Iya, betul sekali. Jadi silakan sekarang pelan-pelan kalian cek bawah kursi kalian. Siapa tahu Anda salah satu yang beruntung menemukan pita spesial dari kami.
Gimana, ada yang dapat belum? Kalau ada yang dapat, angkat tangan tinggi-tinggi ya. Dan maju ke depan buat dapetin hadiah. Ayo yang dapat angkat tangan tinggi-tinggi buat dan maju ke depan ya.
Sudah ada yang dapat belum?
Yang udah dapat pitanya dimohon untuk maju ke depan. Ayo dicari karena pitanya ada banyak. Ayo yang dapat maju ke depan ya guys.
Ayo yang menemukan pita tolong segera ke depan ya.
Ada lagi enggak? Udah?
Gimana yang nggak dapat iri nggak?
Udah ya? Yakin di bawah kursi kalian masih nggak ada pitanya? Kalau gitu, kita langsung ke sesi pembagian hadiah kali ya.
Tunggu sebentar ya, tunggu hadiahnya akan menanti sebentar lagi. Tapi sebelum dibagiin hadiahnya, aku pengen tahu dari kalian semua rasanya gimana sih ikut game ini? Seru nggak sih?
Seru.
Seru. Kalau kamu?
Ya, insightful sih.
Insightful, boleh. Deep banget tuh ya. Lanjut. Gimana rasanya menjadi pemenang hadiah ini?
Deg-degan.
Deg-degan. Oh, oke, boleh. Lalu kamu?
Sangat senang.
Sangat senang. Bahasa Inggrisnya gimana bahasa Inggrisnya? Oke.
Oke, yang ini kakaknya namanya siapa nih kak?
Nama saya Ramzi.
Kalau yang ini?
Aku Haris.
Wari.
Aku Maidina. Iza.
Tadi kalian dapat pitanya di bawah kursi kalian sendiri atau di kursi temen? Wow,
Jangan-jangan
keren.
udah dicek lagi ya sebelum masuk sini ya.
Hmm. Tadi carinya bareng-bareng apa nyari sendiri kak?
Nemu di kolong temen sih. Digeser sama dia, ada di bawahnya.
Katanya nemu di bangku temen.
Kak, kalau boleh tahu ikut acara ini dari mana sih? Apakah dari Instagram Himakom atau dari flyer grup angkatan kakak?
Dari ngelihat IG-nya Himakom.
Overall gimana flyernya? Sudah bagus belum penyebarannya?
Bagus.
Bagus ya. Oke, terima kasih kak. Oh, iya. Jadi gimana pengalaman kakak bermain game ini? Apakah senang?
Deg-degan sih kak.
Deg-degan, kenapa deg-degan itu?
Takut gak dapet, ternyata dapet.
Takut nggak dapet, oke. Terima kasih ya kak sudah hadir di acara IC 2025 ini. Semoga event ini bisa menjadi salah satu insight buat kalian semua untuk ke depannya. Dilanjutkan dengan sesi foto dulu untuk para pemenang.
Untuk Bapak Yuri dan Bu Meranti boleh ikut foto di atas saja. Selamat kepada para pemenang dan tentu saja jangan lupa ucapkan terima kasih kepada Oh My Skin karena hadiah kali ini dipersembahkan langsung oleh Oh My Skin.
Terima kasih atas partisipasi luar biasa dari seluruh hadirin. Dan tenang aja, keseruan di IC ini 2025 masih belum selesai.
Tetap di tempat ya karena banyak kejutan menarik lainnya.
Para hadirin sekalian, kita akan memasuki sesi acara selanjutnya yang akan diambil oleh Ibu Meranti SIKOM MSI. Dipersilakan untuk Ibu Meranti ke sesi selanjutnya.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, maybe I think just sit with Bu Meranti. I shouldn't be stand up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, audience, in the previous session, we have got deep insight from 3 distinguished foreign speakers. And now we enter the next session with our distinguished speaker from UNAS lecturer, Ms. Meranti, SIKOM MSI. Selamat datang, terima kasih Bu Meranti.
Hello Pak Yuri, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, and Ms. Meranti will have 20 minutes to deliver her presentation, and it will be followed by a 10-minute question and answer at the end of the Q&A session. So, we kindly ask all participants to silence during the presentation and to save their question for the Q&A session. Teman-teman semua, jadi Bu Meranti akan presentasi selama 20 menit untuk menyampaikan materinya. Dan akan diikuti oleh 10 menit Q&A dan masih ada tersedia hadiah buat para penanya, ya. And maybe we will use bilingual in this session because my guest is Bu Meranti. She is Indonesian and the audience Indonesian also, so maybe it is not too tight with English language. And then now I want to let me introduce our speaker, and Ms. Meranti SIKOM MEKOM, and usually called by Mbak Rara. She is full-time lecturer in Universitas Nasional. Her undergraduate degree from Universitas Bengkulu, her master degree from Universitas Indonesia, and at the moment she is studying for doctoral degree in communication at IPB University, Bogor. Her focus area expertise on media and also on technology and sustainable development. She is also a woman and tech advocate as well as a Gen Z communicator. Her presentation titled Preparing Young People for the Digital World in bahasa, mempersiapkan anak muda untuk dunia digital. Without further ado, let's her presentation. Please give applause please before her presentation. Okay, Ms. Meranti, the stage is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before I begin the talk today, I need your participation to answer my question, my greetings. If I say hi, and then you can say hello, okay? So we can manage our focus now. Hi. Hello. Hi, hi, hello. Okay, thank you. Because I only have 10 minutes left, I will directly begin. The topic or the title that I will present today is about preparing young people for digital world. My name is Meranti, but you can call me Bu Rara. I'm a lecturer in Department of Communication Science at Universitas Nasional. I also have research enthusiast in women and tech. Also, I'm a Gen Z lecturer because my beloved students are Gen Z. Give an applause for you guys. Next, please. because I am talking in academic actors view, so that I will begin this presenting with my point of view during become a lecturer in UNAS by engaging with Gen Z. This is my point of view when I lecture you guys. Sorry, this only, yes. Next. Talking about Gen Z, maybe you often hear many negative stigmas about this generation, but I will give label for them with the good and tricky. Why? Because number one, let's explore. Maybe you can check if I'm making a mistake, it is right or wrong, okay? Number one, keep it real and relatable. Once again, this is my point of view when I lecture, when I'm making a lecturing in front of Gen Z. Number one, they have to connect lessons to stuff. Gen Z actually cares about real life stuff that hits home, so that they get why learning matters. Based on my experience, when I try to making explanation about something, I have to, they might say confused. They might be confused with what I'm talking about. That's why I have to correct, I have to relate it with the real stuffs. Like when I talked about research methodology, it might be very confusing when I'm talking about variable X and Y, so that I have to translate and make a real example for them. Like when you make a cup of coffee, variable X might be a coffee and the variable Y is a water. That might be much easier to be understood, right? Okay, next. Gen Z use tech like a boss. Is it right? Because they are digital native. They have been introduced with digital technology since they were born, so that they often already into and keeping interactive, so that we have to make the situation to be fun. When the situation is fun, the thing is they also keep synchronized with their tech-savvy style. So I often ask my students to, I often ask my student to convert their task to make a video in social media. It was much easier and fun for them because social media was their real world now. Okay, next. Number 3, Gen Z also make a team thing. They like to collaborate with the partners to make present. They do not like actually. They tend to more comfort when making things with their partners in project. So we can say that Gen Z like group projects, collabs, and social learning. This is how they vibe and share their ideas the best. Next. Also, one thing that I experience from my students is they tend to ask instant feedback. You know, in my generation or previous generation, we have a crucial hours to contact our lecturer, you know. But right now, my students often hit me in in very randomly hours. So they actually want fast response on their work to keep momentum going, but because on Gen Z's point of view, no one likes waiting around, okay? Next. So the real issue right now that we have to see what are we facing right now is we have to understand whether are we facing globalization or actually just mediation. It has been very confusing theme with some people, not only for Gen Z, but also people in our world with these two terms, globalization or mediatization. Actually, okay, next. To understand, talking about globalization and mediatization, actually what I am trying to say for my students or for you, the Gen Z or the young people here is you have to prepare yourself to challenge, to face this challenge. Number one, in globalization, we know in globalization actually people, the key question is how the world become interconnected. So it means that you are demanded to have or to master diverse skills and adaptable with that very anomaly situation. And the number two, the challenge that have to be faced is increased competition. That means that it requires you to master proficiency in digital tools. It's kind of irony that my students don't know some technology, AI tools to easier the work like e-sign or something or other things. But we do not talk about the social media. I mean, technology is not only simply social media, but there are wide technology on the other side that we have to also master. And now we move to mediatization. Mediatization itself is when the world has, actually root in communication and media that influence people on the other countries can also feel the same thing. Like, the war in Palestine, in Gaza, Palestine, the war in right now, the current war also affects our emotional and also our political views, That is the kind of sample in mediatization. So that what do we have to prepare is we have to shape public opinion in social media. So do not trap in public opinion, but you have to be more objective, to see the both sides of the opinion and take the critical view on between, okay? Next. Now let's examining the effectiveness of the educational transformation for Gen Z. Because I am talking on behalf as a lecturer in a university, I'd like to ask you guys to question to ourselves, are this situation, is our institution have implement the practice meetings in the needs of young digital nations? Is it good enough or not? Okay, next. Sorry. The question is, do we really transform? So the question is, this might be a point for our institution, like how far we go to use technology in our learning process. Okay, Next. So that next. So that based on my topic, what are we have to prepare for young digital is, again, emphasize the critical thinking. Why critical thinking is so important, because it will guide you to understand the whole things to be more clear. And then enhance digital literacy. Remember that there always a room to improve ourselves, especially in digital literacy. And also fostering adaptability, the world keep changing, so that means you have also adapt with the instability. And the final, focus on educational progress. Education is the best way to improve ourselves, to keep update and keep understand. Okay, with the current situation. Next. Because to prepare young generation is not only the task for young people only, but also us, the parents, the lecturers, my partner here as the lecturer, also are parents for the students and their kids at home, so that we have to maintain our digital readiness, like digital safety and responsibility usage. Also, we need to build a community engagement for literacy, so that we can share the problems and ideas in that community. Also, again, open communication is very essential. Therefore, we can help partner or community to share. Last, please. Next. Next. Last but not least, I will quote this. Dr. Shefali, she says that the fast pace of technology has provided an instant access and instant intelligence that remove social interaction and taking out frustration. Therefore, people on this generation, I mean Gen Z, do know how to value the process. That's the point that I have shared today, that we have to, again, we have to emphasize our critical thinking, also do not remove social interaction, and so that we can value the process. That might be vanish in the current situation. Thank you.
Okay, give applause to Ms. Meranti. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Meranti, for that insightful presentation.
You're very
and
welcome.
yes, and we will now begin our question and answer session. But I will try to focus on several points from the Ms. Meranti presentation. The first thing is how to preparing young minds for digital era. The first one is emphasizing critical thinking, and the second one enhancing digital literacy, and then the third one fostering adaptability and flexibility, and then the fourth one focus on educational program. So that's all, and let's start with the question, and the questioner will have our goodie bag. Please raise your hand. Feel free to raise your hand. Panitia boleh minta tolong. Silakan mau dalam bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia. Panitia boleh minta tolong kasih mic-nya. Kita punya kesempatan ada 2 pertanyaan. Silakan panitia tolong diberikan mic.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Pasteo Ananda Pratama, Public Administration Study Program Intake 2022. My question, Ms. Meranti, how does Generation Z as of digital communication differ from previous generation? Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Meranti cannot get the point because the sound is a bit echo here. Could you?
The sound is echoing. Can you please lower down your voice?
Yeah. Could you repeat your question? Bu Meranti mungkin bisa. Mau ke itu supaya lebih jelas, agak ke depan. Sorry, could you repeat? Or maybe the committee can.
How does Generation Z as of digital communication differ from previous generation? Thank you.
Digital and young generation kaitannya itu kalau nggak salah. Bagaimana untuk digital transmit ya? Saya nggak nafsu transmit. Iya. Silakan. Bagaimana mentransmit digital media kepada
Halo, what's your name? Panggilannya siapa?
Theo.
Theo. Oke, Theo. Yang saya tangkap pertanyaan Theo adalah bagaimana anak muda bisa lebih into ya ke dalam digital ya maksudnya. Ya, gitu. Alright. So, very good question. I mean, Gen Z is, you know, Gen Z is blessed with the condition when the digital technology is ready, has been transformed in many sides of society. Our situation right now has been in the Revolution 5.0. So I think it is not gonna be hard for you, especially Gen Z, to be adaptive to digital technology because you guys are well known as a tech savvy. It just the question is how much or how far you want to learn and how much you want to explore the digital itself, so you can have full literacy to access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Meranti. And then we have still maybe the one questioner. Please, yes. Panitia boleh tolong ada yang mau bertanya. Okay, please. In the first row, I think. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
feel free to speak. Yeah, to ask your question in
Okay.
Bahasa or in English.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zahra Chatika from English Literature Department, and I would like ask to Miss Meranti. Hello, Miss Meranti. Nice to
Hi.
meet you. And here's a question. I want to ask you, as a woman in tech advocate, what are the most common challenges faced by Gen Z women in the digital communication field? Because I'm as an English literature student, also learn about the differences between men and women speaks and how they communicate. And according to you, as a woman that work in the tech advocate, what is challenge for the woman itself to communicate in the digital era? Thank you.
Again, the sound is echoing. I cannot hear you very clear. Mungkin bisa pakai bahasa aja,
Oh, okay.
ya, biar lebih bisa dimudah.
Okay. Jadi saya mau nanya apa tantangan untuk perempuan dalam komunikasi di digital era. Karena saya sebagai mahasiswa sastra Inggris di dalam sosiolinguistik itu belajar bahwa perempuan dan laki-laki itu mempunyai kata atau cara penyampaian dalam komunikasi yang berbeda gitu. Jadi I want to ask you, saya ingin bertanya kepada Ibu sebagai perempuan yang bekerja di teknologi advocate, itu tantangan untuk perempuan sebagai perempuan dalam komunikasi di digital era itu seperti apa gitu.
I'm sorry, I'm really, really sorry, but I want to understand what your question is.
Okay.
Ini suaranya bergema ya, mohon maaf ya. Baik, kenapa? Intinya aja pertanyaan.
Iya, jadi jadi challenge tantangan kita sebagai perempuan ya, dalam berkomunikasi di digital era itu seperti apa? Menurut Ibu?
Berkomunikasi.
Iya, karena yang saya pelajari di sosialisasi.
Okay, so sorry everyone because in this stage podium it is very echoing. The sound is echoing and we will not get the question very well. Sorry. Okay, and
should I answer here or
yes, okay.
there?
You can
Right
answer
here.
there. Okay, thank you.
This is very good question from sociology students. Are there differences between men or women in talking or in communicating in technology? You know, I have focused on my research in advocating womenpreneurs in adopting technology to promote their entrepreneurship. Their entrepreneurship. The thing is, women are getting hard to adopt technology because technology itself is made for men. You know, that is the term that I read from the textbook, but in reality, the thing is, why do ibu-ibu UMKM itu susah menggunakan teknologi gitu misalnya, apalagi untuk berkomunikasi, let's say berkomunikasinya itu adalah to promote their products in social media. It is really, really hard for them to make copywriting, you know, to make a campaign in media social because it needs literacy in using technology and also it needs good capability in making a good message to be published in social media. That is the reality. But I want to say that you and we as a women should embrace the readiness of technology right now to keep updating our knowledge in using technology. Like before I say that we have to be digital literacy well known. Okay? Itu. Thank you. Very good. Tetap di sini.
Okay. Please, everyone, thank you. Please give big applause to Ms. Meranti. Thank you once more, Ms. Meranti, for your informative and inspiring presentation, and thank you to our participants for your thoughtful question and attention. And we truly appreciate the time and knowledge shared in this session. And I think, yes, I think she has provided valuable insight and spark further discussion, maybe in our field. Thank you. And then I now return the floor to our MC. Please, MC.
Kepada peserta yang tadi bertanya, dimohon untuk maju ke depan untuk pemberian hadiah dan sesi foto bersama dengan pemateri. We also would like to thank Sari Roti, Oh My Skin, Bank, and Eratics for supporting this year's International Seminar Communication Exposure. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Ibu Meranti SIKOM MSI selaku pemateri dan Dr. Yuri Alfrin Aladin selaku moderator yang telah memimpin sesi pemaparan materi ini. Selanjutnya akan dilanjutkan dengan pemberian sertifikat untuk Ibu Meranti SIKOM MSI. Untuk Aziza Nazwa Haryani, Muhammad Faras, dan Ibu Jujur Luciana Raja Guguk, SOS MSI untuk maju ke depan melakukan sesi foto bersama. Nanti pas foto gue edit. Ini nanti gue ini. Kalau ini ya. Terus ini yang ini langsung ke gue. Kalau gue ngomong edit. Hah? Dan terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada UNAS TV, UNAS Radio, HIVI, HIKOMET, HIMAHI, HIMA Publik, HIMAJIP, HIMA IKOM UPN VJ, SEMA FD IKOM UIN Jakarta, HIMAHI II SIP, HMJK Stiami, HIMAKOM UMJ, SEMA FIKOM UP, dan Mustang 88 FM yang telah membantu publikasi acara pada hari ini.
Teman-teman semuanya, saya ingin melanjutkan sesi ke berikutnya, tetapi saya ingin mengingatkan jangan lupa berkunjung ke booth UMKM kami di area Drink Spot Universitas Nasional. Terima kasih ya teman-teman.
Ladies and gentlemen, before closing the event, let us have a group photo session.
Hadirin sekalian, sebelum menutup acara, mari kita lakukan sesi foto bersama.
Please remain in your seats.
Akhirnya tibalah kita di penghujung acara.
Hadirin dimohon untuk tetap berada di tempatnya, karena akan dilakukan foto bersama. We also would like to thank Sari Roti, Oh My Skin, C-Bank, and Eratics for supporting this year's International Seminar Communication Exposure.
Baik, karena ini sesi terakhir, untuk semua para hadirin boleh nggak untuk berdiri sebentar? Karena ini terakhir untuk sesi acara ini. Dimohon untuk berdiri semua ya teman-teman, terima kasih. Dosennya di tengah. Kalau untuk dosen di tengah ya, kameramen, gimana mas tadi? Dosen di situ tengah. Kalau untuk dosen di tengah ya, ya terima kasih Pak.
Ayo yang belum berdiri dimohon untuk berdiri di tempatnya masing-masing biar kelihatan di kamera. Oke. Langsung kasih interview.
Kasih interview. Baik, terima kasih sudah menghadiri acara ini dan juga sudah berdiri. Tapi sebelum aku closing, aku pengen interview 2 orang dulu sebelum menutup acara ini. Kira-kira?
Untuk para peserta dimohon untuk duduk di tempatnya
Iya,
masing-masing.
Kira-kira ada yang berkenan untuk maju ke depan untuk 2 orang saja. Kita akan melakukan sesi interview tentang seminar acara International Communication Exposure tahun ini. Boleh ya untuk kesediaan teman-teman atau keinginan teman-teman untuk maju ke depan. Oke. Kalau nggak ada yang maju, saya akan pilih kalian secara random. Ada yang berani untuk maju melakukan sesi interview? Ya, harus di depan. Di sini juga apa-apa. Gimana Mas? Ini loh, kita punya 2 goodie bag terakhir dari Oh My Skin. Jadi siapapun yang berani untuk interview akan dikasih hadiah goodie bag ini. Gimana Kak, bersedia untuk diinterview? Baik, boleh kasih tahu nama dan pengalaman aja, apa aja sih Kak yang didapetin dari seminar ini?
Halo semuanya, nama aku Sasa. Kameranya di sini dong, depan muka. Perkenalkan semuanya, namaku Sasa dari Ilmu Komunikasi. Experience-nya ini benar-benar seru, apalagi dihadirkan dosen-dosen yang berkualitas juga dari UNAS, juga moderatornya dan tamu-tamu undangannya juga, apalagi dari berbagai negara dan skala internasional menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Jadi kita semua jadi knowledge kita jadi bertambah.
pun juga dengan teman-teman tadi yang sudah bertanya dengan pertanyaan-pertanyaan dan jawaban yang cukup berbobot, cukup sangat informatif bagi peserta semuanya dan teman-teman yang datang. Very excited di acara ini. Terima kasih, mungkin itu aja.
Terima kasih Kak untuk insight-nya. Beri tepuk tangan dulu teman-teman.
Oke, sekarang kan tadi udah kesan dan pesan buat IC 2025. Sekarang yang berani untuk tampilin jargon IC 2025, angkat tangannya sama gerakannya tadi. Sekali lagi kali ya Kak, kita ulang.
Boleh. International Seminar Communication Exposure, connecting the world, one message at a time.
Sekali lagi ya. International Seminar Communication Exposure 2025.
In the world, one message at a time.
Ayo, siapa yang berani? Oh, yang ada di sana. Nggak bisa ya? Oh, langsung ngomong aja. Udah. Connecting the world, one message at the time.
Kurang. Sekali lagi yang semangat Kak.
Connecting the world, one message at the time.
Oke, kasih applause buat kakaknya.
As the master of ceremony, I would like to thank you all for your participation and attention.
Saya sebagai pembawa acara mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi dan perhatian hadirin semua.
Let us close this event together by reciting Hamdalah.
Alhamdulillahirobbil alamin. Saya Alfi.
Dan saya Nawal, kami pamit undur diri.
Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.